प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजप्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे। अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे। इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमोत्तमं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं। हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्ता विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्ता विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्ता। जटाटवी गलज्जलप्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव। जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रमन् निलिम्प निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाटपट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणं मम। जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् प्रणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर स्फुरद्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि। ॐ नमः शिवाय। सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं। ॐ नमः शिवाय। प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजप्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे। अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे। इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमंस्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनो जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलं व्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां टमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् फणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कज प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमंस्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनो
Summary statistic give us measurements describe our data.
जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलं व्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां टमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् फणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर स्फुरद्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कज प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां तमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् फणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर स्फुरद्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कज प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां तवड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् प्रणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर स्फुरद्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्ल नील पंकज प्रपञ्च कालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठ कन्दली रुचि प्रबद्ध कन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् जटाटवीगलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकान्तमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् प्रणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्द सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कज प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन् नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्ता विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्ता विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्ता जटाटवीगलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकान्तमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् प्रणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्द सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजप्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्य लम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां तमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रतिक्षणं मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् फणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजप्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्वमङ्गलाकलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं उत्तमोत्तमोत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनो जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्य लम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां धमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रतिः प्रतिक्षणं मम जटा भुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् फणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव
About the overlay. Fuck, it must have been bad, bro. Shit, the whole street should have been like fucked. My bad. Didn't think it through. Forgot about the overlay. Oh shit. I've been just studying the whole time. With fucking this music playing in the background, that's still.
सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्क
The notion of the Übermensch, often translated as the Overman or Superman, encapsulates Nietzsche's vision of the ideal individual. This figure transcends the limitations imposed by conventional morality and societal norms, creating their own values. The Übermensch embodies self-mastery, individuality, and creativity. Nietzsche's intention wasn't to depict a literal superhuman, but rather to emphasize the importance of rising above mediocrity and conformity. Another enigmatic concept is the idea of eternal recurrence. Nietzsche suggested that the universe is in a constant cycle, and our lives and experiences recur infinitely. This thought experiment challenges us to evaluate our choices. If you were to relive your life exactly as it is, would you be content? The notion encourages living authentically, aligning actions with values that would make life worth reliving. Nietzsche's concepts often intermingle, presenting a worldview that celebrates individualism and critical thought. His works, like Thus Spoke Zarathustra and Beyond Good and Evil, delve into these concepts through allegory and aphorism. His philosophy has sparked conversations on existentialism, ethics, and the role of the individual in society. Nietzsche's life was a journey through profound intellectual exploration. Born in 1844 in Raaken, Germany,
Hold on.
he pursued
Quiet solitude. It's just trippy ass music, Oh yeah. Gonna take a quick short break just because my laptop is charging and I can't connect my laptop and the display at the same time. So yeah, let's just go dish right here. This right here is my swag. Pretty boy swag. Om Namastandai Ramana. That's kind of hard though. This shit is hard. Listen to this. To love only what happens, what was destined, no greater harmony. That's tough. It's basically saying that what I think it's trying to say is that whatever comes in your way, whatever situation that you face is, whatever expectation that the reality fails to meet, any of that stuff. If you learn to love everything that comes your way, the good and the bad, he's saying that there is no greater harmony in the universe. Because now you're just living. Just love everything. And you might not necessarily love it in the first place, but you learn to accept it. You learn to live with it. And then you learn to love it. I think that is very important. I think I'm going through that a little bit of right now. Yeah, maybe I had some expectations in my mind that was set up for me. I mean, I try my best not to do it, but it is what it is. And yeah, some of them doesn't come to reality. Some of them seems to be lackluster. Some of them don't make me feel the way I think the way I thought I was gonna feel. So, but I gotta learn to accept that. Gotta learn to live with that. It is what it is. This is just, I'm not gonna do anything to fix any of this thing. Like, if it happens, it happens. If it's destined for it to happen, then it will happen. But if it's not, then back to fucking life. Okay, here's another good one. Look at who they really are, the people whose approval you long for, and what their mind are really like. Then you won't blame the ones who make mistakes they can't help. And you won't feel the need for their approval. You will have seen the source of both their judgment and their action. Damn. Look at who they really are, the people whose approval you long for, and what their mind are really like. Then look at who they really are, meaning that ask question. Actually try to get to know the person that you're trying to impress or trying to become friends with or trying to make the other party thinks that you're cool. He's saying look at who they really are. မေးခွန်းနေမေးသူတို့ရဲ့ငယ်ဘဝဘယ်လိုဖြတ်တန်းခဲ့ရလဲသူတို့ဒီခုလောဆယ်ရှိရဲ့စိတ်ခံစားချက်တွေဒီစိတ် mindset ပေါ့အဲ mindset ကိုဒီနေရာကိုရောက်ဖို့အတွက်သူတို့ဘာတွေကိုဖြတ်ကျော်ခဲ့ရလဲဘာတွေဖြတ်ကျော်သွားရလဲ who hurt them what made them happy He's saying look at who they really are in that sense. The people whose approval you long for. And what their mind is really like. They say that the reality ma below less or they analyze load. Then you won't blame the ones who make mistakes they can't help. Then you won't blame the ones who make mistakes they can't help. Oh, a little teacher Tima Dali. Through the cuckoo a mile like this, so you won't be easy to like quick judge them or like to say, oh yeah, why did you do this, you fucking dumbass? Did you have like malicious intention or whatever like that? I don't know hope. You know, I don't know hope. I don't know hope. A man to get out through a let through the chain doing them through a gown zone, 10 hard cuckoo, do low like that. Oh, Luli Miazu, General Ba Kuran, Lumiazu or General Kuran. General, any judge looks low, yeah. Through low they had, through low there, minds I got the mistake they buy low be so in like Babia. Okay. Dilo Babe, what? Diamola. Dilo Babe, or a Satwama, do less at Mama. Bomb up there, Kai Daniel, Yanni choked out of me out here. The Hadley Giant. The Hadley Giant, look be like it. Look be like Madalene. I do each on that day to a Niashima. To get a quick can I go them, a quick count them, near the you know, I joined you since I'm near so. A good pin there, yeah. Nagama Pilame Yare, Gono, Blolo, Gaune, Duembio, Gono, Kanzana. Hello, Kanzana, what's the point? Experience this shit to the fullest. That's what I think. Then you won't blame the ones who make mistakes they can't help them. And you won't feel a need for their approval. Luria Passay, a 3 million say that go together and teach that they teach such a TV so in 3 approval, no one road. That's tough. That's a bit of a conundrum. Because general Athena, we don't want to be seen stupid. And we want to be seen smart and like cultured. Even me, I noticed it. Now the Niazu, but I'm always to think again as a happy on the Hadley and go so happy when it bones at Bowman Dime Hodo. Nenele wavy Peter Lolo, New York SM Baba Lolo. Pip yet Johnny will let your beer the 2 Harry nearly exaggeration pit. Matia to the Pramao to it to Janokujan, Pianvio, Senamijia. To me at Yaku, a to me a go Jai Madalene, General Lugan Pime, Yauchin and Yaway. John Logan Harry Yame, General Piome, General Midazu Chandame, General Midazu Ajame. I love you 10. Man, you do net general pigeon general go general locate high neck on one to the Bama Messiah. General call my leave by people, general me by general, you know what, why down to Bama Madi. Madi, how my do a yen, hey, please like me, to everyone. You're a fucking approval bagger. You're a approval whore. You know what I'm saying? Have a conversation, be nice, ask questions, get to really know them. But don't try to like impress them in the sense by saying something that you know is not true. Then you're just lying to yourself all over again. Then the cycle continues. The shit is not gonna end unless you end it. You gotta consciously think about it. And sometimes we're gonna slip up, and sometimes fall into these traps. Oh yeah, I'm just freak. Maybe I'm drunk. Maybe I'm like whatever. But I think that's an excuse. Whenever I'm doing it, I should just catch myself and instantly go, why am I talking this way? Why am I being so fucking weird? Let me just try to be me. Because I think this was fucking most of the shit up. Trying to be someone else that you're not. You won't feel the need for the approval. The လူတစ်ယောက်ကိုတကယ်တမ်းသိပြီဆိုရင်သူတို့စီကရတဲ့ approval သူတို့စီမှာသူတို့ရဲ့ approval မလိုတော့ဘူးတဲ့ you will have seen the sources of both their judgment and their action အဲ့လိုလူတစ်ယောက်ကိုသိရင်တဲ့သူတို့ရဲ့ယုံကြည်မှုတွေရယ်သူတို့ဘာလုပ်ခဲ့တဲ့အကြောင်းရင်းတခုခုကိုလုပ်ခဲ့အရင်တုန်းကလုပ်ခဲ့တဲ့ဟာတွေဘာလို့လုပ်ခဲ့လဲဆိုတော့သိရင်သူတို့အဲ့လို core idea ပေါ့ဒီမှာရေးထားတာစလုံးလေးကအင်္ဂလိပ်စကားလုံးဆိုတာလာတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာလိုပြန်စီအောင်လည်းမသိ you will have seen the source of both their judgment and their action source of both their judgment and their action That's a good fucking thing though. This is nice.ဒီစာအုပ်ကအဲ့လို paragraph တောင်မဟုတ်ဘူး sentence လေး note လေးလို့ရေးထားအကောတစ်ခုနဲ့တစ်ခုကအကြောင်းရင်းတော့မတူဘူးဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လိုဘဝအကြောင်းတွေကြီးပဲရေးထားပြီအဲ့ဒါခါလေးဖတ်ပြီးဆိုတော့ဝမ်းလာနေတာလေးတွေ makes you fucking think. It's nice. Against our wills, our souls are cut off from the truth. Truth, yes, and justice, self-control, kindness. Important to keep this in mind. I will make you more patient with other people. It will make you more patient with other people. Against our will, our souls are cut off from the truth. Our souls are cut off from the truth. ဘာကိုပြောချင်တာအမှန်တရားနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအရင်ဝေးနေဘယ်လိုပါပြောကြတာ truth yes and justice self-control and kindness our souls are cut off or ကျွန်တော်တို့က truth ဘယ်လိုအမှန်တရားရယ်တရားမျှတမှုရယ်ကိုယ့်ကိုယ်ပြန်ထိန်းနိုင်တော့စိတ်ဓာတ်ရယ်မေတ္တာတရားရယ်ဒီအရာတွေအကုန်လုံးကကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့ဝေးနေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဝေးချင်တာဆိုမဝေးချင်တိုင်းသူတို့ဖြစ်တဲ့ဟာတွေနဲ့လူကြားထဲမှာအတွေးရနဲ့ဝေပြီးတော့ခေါင်ပြီးတော့သိရမလားအတွေးကြောင်သွားဆိုတကယ်ရေးကြည့်တဲ့ဟာတွေတစ်ခါစီကျွန်တော်တို့ကမေ့တတ်တယ်တဲ့ truth အမှန်တရားခုနကကျွန်တော်ပြောသလိုကိုယ့်အကြောင်းကိုအမှန်တရားအမှန်ဆုံးပြောကိုထင်တဲ့ဟာတွေအကုန်လုံးအမှန်ပြောဘာမှကြောက်စရာမရှိဘူးတစ်ခုဖြစ်လာဖြစ်ပါဗျာပြီးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့နားလဲရပါဘောတရားဒီလိုပေါ့အော်ငါဒီနမလို့ဖြစ်နောက်ဆိုမလို့တော့သူမြန်တော့ဟောက်လုပ်ပြီးဆိုရင်လည်းငါဘလို့ကြွေရမလဲဘလို့ရွှေ့ရမလဲဆိုတော့ဒီအကွက်လေးတီးပေါ့တည်ရမလား chess move တစ်ခေါက်ပြလိုက်ပြီးဆိုတာ ਨੇ မဟုတ်ဘူးခဏလေးကျွန်တော် boxing match ပါဗျာအဲ့လို jab cross you know like left hook right hook ဒါတွေက common ဖြစ်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ combination လေးတစ်ခုပြလိုက်ပြီးဆိုကနေဆိုနောက်တစ်ခေါက်လုပ်ဖို့ကနောက်တစ်ခေါက်လုပ်ပြီးဆိုရင် you might get hit still but at the same time you know like you can see the pattern emerging they all got fighting styles they move in a certain way you can set up your shots if you have never been in that situation and you have never seen those kind of patterns in your sparring matches then you're not gonna be able to catch those patterns you know that's just what it is truth yes အမှန်တရား justice တရားမျှတမှု self control ကိုယ့်ကိုယ်ပြန်ထိန်းနိုင်သောစိတ် kindness မေတ္တာတရားကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့စကားလုံးတွေထဲမှာတရားတော်တော်ပါတာပဲနော်တရားတော်တော်ပါတရားဆိုတော့ wisdom လို့ပြောချင်တာလားမသိဘူးphilosophy ဆိုရင် love for knowledge လို့ wisdom လို့တရားဆိုတာလို့အရင်ဆုံးဟာပေါ့ဟောလူကြီးတွေပြောခဲ့ရလို့ဖះဟောတာတရားဒါပေမဲ့ဖះဟောတာလည်းတရားမဟုတ်ဘူးပြ ဘာလဲဆိုတော့အခုလိုဆရာတော်ကြီးဆိုရင်လည်းတရားတွေပါဟောတာပဲသူကဖျားလောင်းလည်းမဟုတ် maybe who knows but important to keep this in mind. This will make you more patient with other people. အမှန်တရားမျှတမှုကိုယ့်ကိုပြန်ထိန်းနိုင်သောစိတ်ပြန်မြတ်တာတရား For times when you feel pain, see that it doesn't disgrace you or disregard your intelligence, doesn't keep it from acting rationally or unselfishly. For times when you feel pain, see that it doesn't disgrace you or degrade your intelligence. Oh, that is true. Yeah. ဒါလေလို့ဝမ်းနေတာတော့ဘာဖြစ်ရင်လဲကိုယ့်ရဲ့လိုဖြစ်ဒီမှာတော့မပြောတတ်တော့ It doesn't disgrace you ကိုယ့်ကိုလို့အောက်မကြဘူးပေါ့ဗျာကိုယ့်ရဲ့ level တစ်ခုရှိလို့အောက်မကြတော့တစ်ခုရှိပါတယ်လို့မတုံးအောင်တော့က doesn't disgrace you it doesn't degrade your intelligence ပို့ပြီးမတုံးသွားဘူးလေပို့ပြီးမတုံးသွား doesn't keep it from acting rationally or unselfishly doesn't keep it from acting rationally or unselfishly For times when you feel pain, see that it doesn't keep it from acting rationally or unselfishly. ပြောချင်တာအဲ့လိုနာကျင်မှုတွေလမ်းပေါ်မှာရှောက်နေတဲ့ခါကျရင်လို့အဆူးတွေလို့ဘာကြီးလဲ example အဲ့တော့ကြီးကဘာကြီးပဲလို့မသိအဲ့လိုအခက်ခဲတွေတွေ့ရင်ဝမ်းနည်းမှုတွေရှိရင်စိတ်တကြမှုတွေဖြစ်ရင် you still have a choice. You still have a choice to act rationally and unselfishly. You know? Because it doesn't degrade you or degrade your intelligence. When I thought of checking IQ at level out there, Toku Malochin and Malochin and low in energy level, I don't do, but I'm a low beat on my baby. And in most cases, what Epicurus said should help. The pain is neither unbearable nor unending. That pain is neither unbearable nor unending. နာကျင်မှုတစ်ခုအားတဲ့ဘယ်တော့မှတစ်သက်လုံးမသွားနာကျင်မှုတစ်ခုကတစ်သက်လုံးလည်းမသွားဘူးမင်းမခံစားနိုင်တဲ့အရာတစ်ခုလည်းမဟုတ်မင်းမကြော်လွားနိုင်တဲ့အရာတစ်ခုလည်းမဟုတ်ပြောချင်တာအဲ့လိုဘာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်ကြော်လွားနိုင်တယ်ဘာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်တနည်းနဲ့ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်အချိန်အကြာကြီးယူပြီးတော့ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်အဲ့လိုအခက်ခဲတွေ့ရင်ဒါကြော်လွားနိုင်တယ်ဆိုတော့ပြောပြ That pain is unbearable nor unending as long as you keep it in mind its limits and don't magnify them in your imagination as long as you keep in mind its limits and don't magnify them in your imagination တခါလေကြာရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအဲ့လိုအခက်ခဲတစ်ခုကိုကြုံလာပြီဆိုရင်အခက်ခဲကအဲ့လောက်မခက်ဘူးအခက်ခဲကိုဘယ်လိုဖြေရှင်းရမလဲဆိုတော့စဉ်းစားရင်နဲ့အခက်ခဲကြီးကတဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့ခေါင်းထဲမှာကြီးတာဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့အဲ့အတွေးတွေကအများတန်းဝင်နေတာအဲ့ဝင်တဲ့အတွေးတွေအကုန်လုံးဒီအခက်ခဲအကြောင်းပဲဆိုတော့ခေါင်းထဲအကုန်လုံးဒီအခက်ခဲကြီးအကြီးဖြစ်နေတာအမှန်တကယ်တော့အဲ့လောက်မကြီးဘူးဒါကြီးအခက်ခဲတစ်ခုတွေ့ပြီဆိုတော့ okay တော့ပါဒါကျွန်တော်သွားချင်တဲ့နေရာကိုဒါသူခိုက်ခက်လုပ်ပါလားဒီနေရာမှာကျွန်တော်ဘာဖြစ်သွားမှာလဲတည်မှာအဲ့လို rationally and unselfishly that's the way huh and keep in mind too that pain often comes in disguise as drowsiness fever loss of appetite when you're bothered by things like that remind yourself I'm giving in to pain. Oh. Ooh. The pain often comes in disguise as drowsiness, fever, loss of appetite. I wonder what he means by that. တခုခုမလုပ်ချင်ဘူးဆိုတခုခုကတော်တော်လေးနာကျင်တယ်အဲ့ဒီနေရာကိုသွားဖို့ကကျွန်တော်အခုရှိတဲ့ဟာတွေအကုန်လုံးဆွဲထုတ်ရတော်တော်နာကျင်မဲ့ journey တခုဆိုရင်အဲ့ဒါဆိုအဲ့လိုမပြဘူးလား drowsiness အော်အဲ့လိုလုပ်ရင်အဲ့လိုတခုဖြစ်ပြီဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကကိုယ့်ကိုမာနရှိတဲ့အခါကျတော့ကိုယ့်ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့တေးချင်ကိုယ့်ကိုအမှန်တိုင်းမပြောချင်ဘူးဗျသိမလားကျွန်တော်ဒီဟာဖြစ်ဖို့ဆိုကျွန်တော်မလုပ်ရဲဘူးပေါ့မနေ့ကစောက်ကြဘူးပေါ့မနေ့ကတော့သိလို့လားဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လိုမျိုးမပြောချင်ကိုယ့်အတွက်ကိုယ်လည်းအဲ့တော့ခါကျတော့တစ်ခါတည်းကျရင်ကို excuses တွေပေးမှာပေါ့ drowsiness တို့ fever loss of appetite သိမလားတော့မရှိမှာပေါ့ကို excuses ပေးရင်လည်းအဲ့ဒီကနေမှပြင်းတဲ့ depression ဝင်တော့ပေါ့အဲ့လိုမျိုးခိုက်ခဲနေတွေ့ရင်လည်း think to yourself တဲ့ကိုယ့်ကိုပြန်စဉ်းစားပါဒီဟာကိုယ့်ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ remind လုပ်ပါ I'm giving into pain I would not give into pain I'm letting those things bother me right now the fact that you're fucking alone boys no one is out there no one is coming to save you you're out here working alone this is how it's gonna be this is how it's always gonna be doesn't matter as long as you put in the fucking work that's all that matters let God take care of the rest that's all I can do all I can do is try to be the best person I can be work as hard as I can possibly can try to become the smartest I can possibly can try to understand new concept and then study smart as I can possibly can smart and hard everything to the fucking max bro from my ability that's all I can do the rest is up to God so the other quote is also take care that you don't treat inhumanity as it treats human beings. You don't treat inhumanity as it treats human beings. Damn. မကောင်းတဲ့သူတွေကိုကောင်းတဲ့သူတွေပေါ်ပဲကောင်းရတာမဟုတ်မကောင်းတဲ့သူတွေပေါ်လည်းကောင်းရမယ်တဲ့လူတစ်ယောက်ကအမားတစ်ခုလုပ်တာလို့လူတစ်ယောက်ကလို့တော်တော်ဆိုးွားတဲ့ဟာတစ်ခုလုပ်တာနဲ့မင်းသူ့ကိုလို့ rude ဖြစ်စရာမလိုဘူးပေါ့စိုးစရာမလိုဘူးသူ့ဘောလည်းလို့ disrespect လုပ်စရာလည်းမလိုသူတခုခုလုပ်လိုက်တယ် okay လို့သူများကလုပ်တာပေါ့ကိုယ့်ကိုလုပ်ရင်တော့ဆွဲထုံလို့မှလီးရအဲလေperfection of character to live your last day every day without frenzy or sloth or pretense I like that perfection of character to live your last day every day without frenzy or sloth or pretense that's tough I think I should go help and clean up the shit so that this shit can charge as well you had that every time. Yemari loka ne beidai. You're giving into pain by letting those thoughts distract you from the task that you should be doing, which will definitely put you one step closer, or even in the right direction, or even attempt in that sense towards the right goal. Okay, I'm good. some good shit, to be honest with you. Really good shit.
Perhaps it's always requiring inhabit
guys can't see this shit. Sorry.
specialize in e-commerce and employer branding, and I think this event is very good, and I would recommend it. Come here.
Hi, my name is Artyom. I'm finishing Masters in the CAS Business School in Business Analytics. Here today, I'm open to learn about new ideas, meet new people, and have a good time. Also, I'm doing digital marketing online, so from content creation to advertising. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask.
Qué lindo está ese nene de Titi. Mira qué grande tú estás. Tú tienes.
Oh no, I'm getting copyrighted for this one. This song's so good though. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. You can listen to the fucking song.
ငါတွေ့ပြီးတော့မျက်ရည်ကျငါရဲ့ခံလေးတိတ်ဆိတ်ချီချင်ရအိမ်မက်ထဲကလေးပြများငါဆွဲလာမှထွက်ခွာသွားငါမျောလင်းချင်တွေဟိုးဝေးမျောလင်းသွားမင်းသားလေးကြောင်စေပါငါရဲ့နာနာမရတဲ့သွားရဲ့ချစ်စလန်သူရဲ့စကားညကြအစ်ဆက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ကြီးသွားတဲ့ချင်းများအဖြစ်ပြက်ကူကိုခံယူရမယ့်နေသားသစ္စာကြောက်ချက်ကမင်းလောင်ခဲ့တာဟာမြတ်တဲ့ကြောက်လင်းလူရှုခံရတာငါဘဝမှာအစ်ဆက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ကြီးသွားတဲ့ချင်းများအဖြစ်ပြက်ကူကိုခံယူရမယ့်နေသားအစ်ဆက်ဖို့ငါကြိုးစားခြင်းရင်ချိန်ငါမင်းစကားတွေအန်ထွာလာတဲ့မဲနဲ့ချိန်မှာချစ်ခဲ့မှုတဲ့ပြစ်ကမတမရလာကြည့်လွင်ပြောင်းတော့မဲ့ငါရဲ့အချင်းတွေကိုငါသိပြဲပြီးရိတ်တဲ့ညကနှစ်နာရီမှနာကြည့်ဆွဲပြီးညစ်ခဲ့ရတဲ့ပါပြင်လေးကိုငါတန်တာပြေဝရသမျှမှငါနေတာမကြဘူးလောင်လုံးလာတဲ့ဒီတရင်တို့တဲ့ညပါမှာကန်တရားရှာရင်ဖွေရင်နေမြုပ်သွားတာလားမိုးလင်းပေါက်နေရအောင်လားကွာနှိမ့်ဆက်တဲ့သူလေးပြုံးဖို့ရမင်းလေးနဲ့မျောလင်းချက်တွေများစွာအိုးဝေးမျောလင်းသွားမင်းသားလေးကြောင်စေပါငါရဲ့နာနာမရတဲ့သွားရဲ့ချစ်စလန်သူရဲ့စကားညကြအစ်ဆက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ကြီးသွားတဲ့ချင်းများအဖြစ်ပြက်ကူကိုခံယူရမယ့်နေသားသစ္စာကြောက်ချက်ကမင်းလောင်ခဲ့တာဟာမြတ်တဲ့ကြောက်လင်းလူရှုခံရတာငါဘဝမှာအစ်ဆက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ကြီးသွားတဲ့ချင်းများအဖြစ်ပြက်ကူကိုခံယူရမယ့်နေသား
What the fuck am I doing here? Azerbaijan.
It's happy the moneyသွားတဲ့ချင်းများအဖြစ်ပြက်ကူကိုခံယူရမယ့်နေသား
Startup Show is packed with information. We've got over 100 speakers, we've got 10 stages. It's everything that a startup needs to know, from raising money to social media. I'm hosting the keynote stage where we have top entrepreneurs who give all of their secrets to success.
So I really do think, in my experience, that Britain is an entrepreneurial country, and you come to an event like this and you can see it because there's so many delegates here who've come hungry for knowledge on how to succeed in business, but also just hungry for inspiration from other people who've done it.
Startup rates in the UK continue to rocket. The event has got bigger, Enterprise Nation has got bigger, and of course the range of support we offer to businesses has become so much wider.
So the most enjoyable thing about starting a business is that it is the greatest personal development journey you could go on. The person that I am now and the person that I was when I started a business, in terms of confidence, in terms of courage, in terms of personality, has fundamentally changed.
Events like this don't get to happen without strong partnerships, and we're delighted that the likes of Monzo, Vodafone, Adobe continue to back the Startup Show.
Say if you're like on the verge of like quitting your day job, you're 9 to 5, and you kind of think to yourself, I'm going to go and start my business. The first thing I would say is speak to somebody who's already done it, do your research, then take the leap. Something like Enterprise Nation can take you through the steps of what you need to do rather than just quitting and starting on a Monday and thinking, what on earth am I doing?
Hey. Good morning. Passport, I got it. Just one little bit of hiccup though. They said with the usual time that they send is like 1.5 weeks. It should arrive by then. But yeah, I asked them. They said yeah, they usually offer that, but right now is the holiday season, so there is no any fast start, and the day might be a little bit late.
Got a lot of content to get through, so I'm gonna move fast. Buckle in. If you are looking for a startup idea right now, I'm going to try to help. But more importantly, I'm going to try to give you the conceptual tools to think about startup ideas in a sophisticated way, the way that we think about them at YC. Here's the thing. No one, not even YC, knows for sure which ideas will succeed. And in any case, if your idea succeeds, has as much to do with how well you execute as your initial idea anyway. But certain ideas are much more likely to succeed than others. And so my goal here is to help you stack the deck in your favor by starting with a promising idea. The advice in this talk came from several places. First, I analyzed the top 100 YC companies by valuation, and I looked at how they all got their idea. So I started with some hard quantitative data on how recent billion-dollar companies actually came up with their idea. It also draws on a classic essay by Paul Graham that I really recommend. It's called How to Get Startup Ideas. It also comes from helping YC companies that pivot in the middle of the batch and learning over the years what advice helps them to find a new good startup idea. And then finally, it comes from reading thousands of YC applications that we rejected and looking at the mistakes that caused good founders to come up with bad ideas. And those are the mistakes I want to help you all avoid. This talk's got 3 parts. First, I'm going to tell you the most common mistakes founders make with startup ideas. Then I'm going to talk about how to know if your idea is good, and then about how to come up with new ones. Okay, the 4 most common mistakes with startup ideas. Then mistakes founders make with startup ideas. Then I'm going to talk about how to know if your idea is good, and then about how to come up.
Otherwise, if I don't, then they're gonna fucking copyright me this bitch, so I can't fucking risk them.
Come up with new ones. Okay, the 4 most common mistakes with startup ideas. So the most common mistake is just building something that doesn't solve a real problem for your users. Typically, you can articulate the problem that you're solving, you can put it in words, but when you actually go and talk to the users, it's just not something that they really care about. We call it a solution in search of a problem, or a SISP. Let's go through an example. So a lot of founders come up with an idea with this kind of thought process. They go, AI is cool. What could I apply AI to? And then they go look for a problem that they could solve with AI. That's a solution in search of a problem. And the reason it's dangerous is that if you do that, you'll probably find a problem, but it will be a superficially plausible problem. It'll be a
This is some good advice, bro.
create a problem that people don't really care about rather than a real problem that people actually care about. And if people don't really care about the problem, they won't really care about your solution. So instead, you want to fall in love with a problem. The best way to find a startup idea is to start with a high-quality problem. Now, sometimes founders hear this and they decide to interpret that as guidance to work on some like huge societal problem, like, I don't know, global poverty or something. No doubt, those are real problems, but they're too abstract to make good starting points for startup ideas. You need something that's more specific, something that's tractable at the start. The next mistake is getting stuck on what we call tar pit ideas. What's a tar pit idea? So there's a certain set of common startup ideas that have been around for forever. They have been applying in droves to YC batch after batch for years. And when founders start working on these ideas, it's like they've gotten stuck in tar. They never seem to go anywhere. So we call them tar pit ideas. Here's what causes tar pit ideas. They all form around some like widespread problem that lots of potential founders encounter. And it's a problem that seems like it could be easily solved with a startup, but it's an illusion. There's actually a structural reason why it's very hard or impossible to solve, which is why, after all these years, no one has solved it. And you can see why ideas like this would be so dangerous, why they will cause so many founders to waste months of their life stuck in a tar pit. Like, they're very tantalizing from a distance because they're so superficially plausible as startup ideas. Here's a concrete example. This is a very common tar pit idea that's been applying to YC for like 20 years. This is like the stereotypical college student idea. And it goes like this. You think, man, every Friday or Saturday night when I'm making plans to meet up with my friends, it's so inefficient. I'm in all these different text threads and chat groups, and we're like trying to make plans to meet up. I'm just going to make an app to make it more efficient. Well, it turns out that there are some structural reasons why this idea is hard, which is why in like 20 years of people applying to YC with this idea, nobody has actually pulled it off. You can see why so many people have been attracted to it. It's like, it's a problem that almost everyone encounters at some point, and it seems like it would be so easy to solve. Like, you can just imagine the app. It's just got like a list of events, and you invite friends to it. Like, it seems so simple. The thing about tar pit ideas is that they are not necessarily impossible. Like, I am even open-minded that somebody will eventually make the like app to meet up with your friends idea work. It's more accurate to think of them as common ideas that are much harder than they seem. So if you want to work on one, here's my advice. First, Google it. It's amazing how many founders skip the step of just like Googling for their own startup idea to see who has worked on it in the past. You should find who's worked on this in the past and actually talk to them if you can. Try to figure out what the hard part of this idea is that has caused other people to not be able to solve it. The next mistake is simple. It is amazing. How many founders will basically just like jump into the first idea they have without even stopping to consider whether it would actually make a good business? But more dangerous is the founders on the opposite side of the spectrum who sit around waiting for the perfect startup idea. And of course, there is no such thing, so these people just never actually start a company. So if you imagine that there's like a spectrum between picking the first idea that comes to mind and waiting for the perfect idea, And, somewhere in the middle, there's this like happy place, which is the place that you want to be, right? And the way that Paul Graham put this is that you should think of your idea as a good starting point. No startup idea is perfect, and no matter what you start with, it's probably going to morph anyway. So you just want to have an initial idea that has enough interesting qualities that it can morph in the right direction. So now suppose you have a startup idea, and you want to know if it's good. I'm going to give you a framework for this, and the format of the framework is 10 key questions to ask about any startup idea. So the first one is, do you have founder market? Market fit. If I had to pick like one most important criteria, it could probably be this one. And what I mean by founder market fit is just, are you the right team to be working on this idea? And a great example of a good founder market fit looks like is PlanGrid. So PlanGrid makes an iPad app to view construction blueprints. And two of the founders of PlanGrid were Tracy and Ralph. And Tracy had worked in the construction industry and she knew a lot about construction. And Ralph was an awesome developer who was like the perfect person to build this iPad. If you were going to imagine a team to start PlanGrid, the team that you would imagine would look, something like that. And that's what good founder market fit looks like. It's like this team is obviously the right team to work on the idea. In fact, founder market fit is so important that I would recast your search for a startup idea. When most people go to pick a startup idea, they try to look for a good startup idea like in the abstract. And instead, I would think about this exercise as an exercise to pick a good idea for your team. You with me? It doesn't matter if something is a good startup idea for someone else if it's not a good idea for your team. So you may as well just look for ideas that you would actually be good at executing. Okay, number two, how big is the market? Obviously, you need a big market, which for startups typically means like $1 billion market. But actually, less obviously, there are two kinds of markets for startups that are good. Ones that are big now, and ones that are small but rapidly growing. And an example of the second one is Coinbase. So when Coinbase got started in 2012, the Bitcoin trading market was minuscule. But even at that time, it was pretty obvious that if Bitcoin succeeded the way people hoped that it would, that this would eventually be $1 billion market. Number three, how acute is this problem? So as I said earlier, the most common mistake is just like working on something that just isn't really a problem, or it's just not a problem that people care enough about. Here's an example of the opposite. Here's an example of what a good problem looks like. Brex. So Brex, from winter 2017, makes a credit card for startups. And before Brex, if a startup NYC wanted a corporate credit card, they literally could not get one because no bank would give a credit card to a startup. That's a good problem. Like if the alternative to your solution is literally nothing, that's what a good problem looks like. Okay, next, do you have competition? Now, most founders think that if you have competition, that's bad. But counterintuitively, it is the opposite. Most good startup ideas have competition. But if you are going up against especially entrenched competition, you typically need a new insight. Next one is like, do you want this personally? Do you know people personally who want this? It's amazing how often people start companies where the answer to both these questions is no. If that's the case, you definitely got to worry that, maybe nobody wants this. So definitely time to go talk to some users. Did this only recently become possible or only recently become necessary? So something has recently changed in the world, like a new technology, a regulatory change, or a new problem. That is often what creates a new opportunity. And a great example of this is a company called Checkr, which does background checks via an API. So it's an API for doing background checks on people. And roughly the story of Checkr is delivery services like DoorDash and Instacart and Uber started to take off, and they were all hiring huge pools of delivery people and workers, and they needed to run background checks on all of these people. And there were at the time already a bunch of large existing companies that run background checks, but they weren't well suited for this very new use case. And that is like exactly the kind of change in the world that creates a new opportunity. Let's talk about proxies. So a proxy is a large company that does something similar to your startup, but it is not a direct competitor. And so a good example of this in practice is a company called Rappi, which does food delivery in Latin America. And when Rappi got started, there were already food delivery companies in other parts of the world like DoorDash. They were doing very well. They just hadn't caught on in Latin America yet. And so DoorDash was a great proxy to show that this idea of doing food delivery in Latin America would probably work. Is this an idea you'd want to work on for years? But this is a tricky one. Like, sure, if the answer to this question is yes, that's a good sign. But often it's not. Often an idea grows on founders over time as it starts to work. As I'm going to talk about in a moment, a lot of the best startup ideas are in boring spaces like tax accounting software or something like that. Like no one is particularly passionate about. Like nobody starts off being passionate about tax accounting software. But tax accounting software is probably a good business. And if you're actually running a successful business, you tend to become passionate about it over time. Okay, is this a scalable business? So if you're building pure software, the answer is yes, because software scales infinitely and you can just like check this one off. The place where founders most often get into trouble here is with services businesses like agencies or dev shops, anything that requires like high skilled human labor in order to serve your customers. Okay, and my last question is this a good idea space? Which of course means I need to tell you what an idea space is. This is a concept from my colleague Dalton, who you'll hear from later in this course. An idea space is like one level of abstraction out from a particular startup idea. It is a class of closely related startup ideas, like software for hospitals, or infrastructure monitoring tools, or food delivery services. And here's the thing. Different idea spaces have wildly different hit rates. Over the last 10 years, if you started a company that did like fintech infrastructure or vertical SaaS for enterprise, the probability that your company became $1 billion company was astonishingly high. Whereas if you started something in consumer hardware or social networks or ad tech, the success rate was like orders of magnitude lower. Now, I can't say that that will continue to be the case for those specific areas because spaces flip from hot to cold over time. But it is still worth thinking about picking a good idea space. And a good idea space is really just one that like you expect is going to have a reasonable hit rate for new startup ideas and one that has founder market fit. That way, even if your initial idea isn't quite right, there are probably good adjacent ideas that you can sort of like drift into. I'm going to give a good example of like how this played out in practice. So a good example of picking a good idea space is this company called Fivetran from YC Winter 13. And basically the story to Fivetran is they started making this tool for data analysis. And they went to some companies and they tried to sell it, and the companies didn't want it. So they pivoted and they built a different tool for data analysis. And they went back to the same companies and they tried to sell them that one. And the companies didn't want that either. But each time they went to companies and tried to sell them some tool for data analysis, they would learn more about what those companies actually wanted. And so eventually they sort of stumbled into an actual problem, into an actual tool for data analysis that companies actually wanted. And this is why picking a good idea space to start with is so important. Like, because the Fivetran founders were shopping for ideas in a fertile idea space, they put themselves in a good position to like bump into a good startup idea. If they had picked a bad idea space, they probably wouldn't have found anything. Okay, before I talk about how to generate startup ideas, I've got one important topic to tell you about. These are 3 things that make your startup idea seem bad, but actually make them good. And the reason that they make them good is that most founders will shy away from ideas like these, which leaves them on the table for smarter founders to go and grab them. And here they are. Ideas that are hard to get started, ideas that are in a boring space, and ideas that have existing competitors. Ideas that are hard to get started. So Paul Graham wrote a terrific article about this called Schlep Blindness, which I'd really recommend reading. And the example that Paul discusses is Stripe. You all know Stripe. They make it easy to integrate credit card payments to your website. And the fascinating thing about Stripe is that when Stripe launched, there were thousands of developers who already knew that this was a problem. They had tried to integrate credit card payments to their site, and they realized that the existing options sucked. But strangely, not one of them even tried to start Stripe. And it's kind of a fascinating question why nobody else tried when so many people were in a perfect position to see this problem. And the reason is that getting started building Stripe required some things that seemed really hard. You had to get a special deal with a bank. You had to learn a lot about the nitty-gritty details of credit card infrastructure. Those things seemed so hard that they scared off all the other people who might have started Stripe, which caused them to leave this like $100 billion opportunity on the table for the Stripe founders to go and pick up. Okay, the second one is ideas that are in a boring space. And a great example of this is Gusto, which makes payroll software. Payroll software. Pretty boring, right? But the thing is, there are thousands of people who must have realized that payroll software sucked. But because it was kind of a boring problem, nobody tried to fix it until the Gusto founders came along. And the thing is that because most founders shy away from ideas like this, boring ideas like payroll software have a much higher hit rate than fun ideas like apps to find new restaurants to eat at, or like apps to find the next song to listen to, something like that. Like fun ideas get picked over. Boring ideas get left on the table for a long time. Now, you might be thinking, Jared, why would I want to work on a boring idea? That sounds, boring. But here's the thing. Even if you work on an idea that sounds fun at the outset, the day-to-day reality of your startup is going to be mostly the same anyway. Either way, you'll be mostly writing code, fixing bugs, talking to users, like pretty much the same stuff. And so I would argue that once the initial excitement of your idea has worn off, and you are 6 or 12 months in, and you are grinding out the execution that makes your idea actually work, how fun the initial idea sounded actually has little to no correlation with how much fun you will actually be having working on your company. And the last one is that founders incorrectly shy away from spaces where there are existing competitors. Counterintuitively, most good startup ideas have existing competitors. When founders go into spaces with no existing competitors, they often find out that the reason that there are no competitors is because no one wants the product. A great situation is actually a market where there are existing competitors, but you've noticed something that they all seem to have missed, or they all just kind of suck. A classic example of this is Dropbox. So when Dropbox launched, there were already about 20 cloud-based file storage companies. Dropbox was like the 20th company in its space to launch. Naively, you might have thought that that made this a bad market. I mean, You would have gone and looked and said like, oh, there are already 20 competitors. It seems like a bad market to go into. But if you were savvy about startup ideas, you would have realized that it actually made it a great market. And the reason is that even though there were like 20 companies doing this, most people didn't use any of them. And that strongly suggests that there actually was a problem here, but the existing products hadn't solved it. And Drew, the founder of Dropbox, had a very specific insight about what all of them were missing. His insight was that basically their UI sucked. And the reason their UI sucked was that at the time, the way that they all worked is you had to like go to their website and manually upload your files one at a time into their website, which sucked, of course. And Drew had really a technical insight, which was that if he integrated directly into the host operating system, he could just sync your files automatically without you having to do anything. And that was a real step function change in how convenient these services were to use, and that was the right insight. Okay, let's talk about how to come up with startup ideas. So, it is possible to sit down and explicitly think of startup ideas. And in a moment, I'm going to talk about how to do this. But it is actually not the best way. The best way to have startup ideas is to just notice them organically. And if you look at the YC Top 100 companies, at least 70% of them had their startup ideas organically, rather than by like sitting down and explicitly trying to think of a startup idea. And the problem is that when people sit down and try to think of startup ideas, they tend to think of bad ones. They're especially likely to think of the same set of tar pit ideas that I talked about earlier. Whereas startup ideas that occur to you organically are more likely to be good ones. So if you're not planning on starting a company imminently, and you just want to put yourself in a position to have organic startup ideas in the future, here are 3 ways to do that. This is like playing the long game to set yourself up for future success. First is just like become an expert on something valuable. If you're working at the forefront of some field, you'll see good startup ideas in that field. And a great way to do that is to go work at a startup. Harj talked about this in his talk last week. If you're working at a startup, you will become an expert in the thing that that startup does, and that is really putting yourself in a position to have great startup ideas. And finally, if you're a programmer, one thing that can work is to just build things that you find interesting. Even if they're not businesses, they're not purely startup ideas, sometimes they like turn into them over time. And a really striking example of this is the story of Replit. This is exactly how Replit got started. It was just something that Amjad found interesting. It wasn't supposed to be a startup originally. Okay, but if you want to generate ideas for startups right now, I'm going to walk through 7 recipes for doing that. I've tried to list these in order of how likely they are to lead to actually good ideas. So start with the first ones. Okay, here's the first one and the best one. Start with what your team is especially good at, and think of ideas that take advantage of your expertise. The reason that this is so effective is that any idea you come up with this way has automatic founder market fit. Do you see how this is almost like a hack to generate a set of ideas that has founder market fit? Here's a great example of like how this works in practice. So a good example is this company Resi, which is like Opendoor for rental apartments. And before starting Resi, the founders had worked in real estate and debt financing, and they were experts in those areas. And when they got into YC, they spent the first month looking for ideas. But the smart thing that they did is they only looked at ideas in that idea space, in like the rough idea space at like the intersection of like real estate and fintech. And that was a smart move because that is a very fertile idea space for startups. Like many billion-dollar companies have come out of that idea space, and the Resi founders were experts in that idea space. And so because of that, their search for a startup idea was pretty quick and painless and pretty
just in the middle of something like that. Yeah, I'm thinking about it right now. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Bye-bye. You too. Bye.
pretty quickly they came up with the idea for Resi, which is like an excellent idea and has perfect founder market fit. So if you have specific expertise like the Resi founders did, you should definitely start by looking at ideas in, the things that you're experts in. It is weird how many startups apply to YC, and we look at their applications and the founders are actually legitimate experts in something, but the idea that they're applying with is like something completely different. Now, if you're a young founder, if you're in college or something, you may not have had a chance to develop like the level of domain expertise that the Resi founders had, so this may not be the right recipe for you. So let's talk about some other ones. The next recipe is to start with a problem you've personally encountered, ideally one that you're in an unusual position to see. So VetCove is a website for veterinarians to order supplies. You can think about it like Amazon.com for vets. And the short story of VetCove is that the founders are brothers, and their dad is a veterinarian. And growing up, they would notice that the way he ordered supplies was like super old-fashioned. Like you'd have to like call up a supplier on the phone and like order stuff through like a 1-800 number or something. It was like very obvious that you could build an Amazon.com kind of thing that would replace that. And I love the story of VetCove because it's such a great example of what a great startup opportunity looks like. Because thousands of veterinarians must have known that this was a real problem, that it was really annoying that there wasn't like a basic website where you could just go to order supplies. But the thing is, veterinarians don't start tech startups very often. And then on the other hand, you had like thousands of programmers in Silicon Valley who were banging their heads against CISPs and TARPIT ideas, totally unaware that over here, there was like a really great, genuine problem to work on. And because of this, when the VetCove founders got started, they had no competition. So this amazing idea just got left on the table for years. So if you want to try to actually use recipes 1 and 2, here's a specific set of instructions for how to do it. This is advice I often give to founders in YC who are pivoting and who are looking for a new idea. Here's how it works. For each founder on your team, go through every job you've ever had, plus all your internships, plus like other life experiences. And think really carefully about each of them. What problems did you come across? What did you learn that other people don't know? What are problems or opportunities that you've been in kind of a special position to see? Those are the best places to start looking for startup ideas. Okay, the next one is to just think of things you personally wish existed. This is like a really classic recipe. This is very common advice. Great example of this is DoorDash. The short story of DoorDash is that the founders of DoorDash were undergrads at Stanford, and the thing that they really wanted was to be able to just order food from local restaurants and have it delivered to their door. And before DoorDash, you couldn't do that, so they started DoorDash. And this is a great recipe, but this is the recipe that is most dangerous and potentially leading to tar pit ideas. So if you're using this recipe, you just gotta stop and think for a second, is there a reason why this thing doesn't exist yet? Okay, the next one is to look for things in the world that have changed recently that might have created a new opportunity. A great example of this is COVID. So when the pandemic started, it changed daily life for all of us. And many founders realized that this created the opportunity for new companies, and some very successful startups came out of it. And one of them is this company called GatherTown, which builds like this fun way to hang out with other people online. And the founders of GatherTown were actually working on a different idea that wasn't going so well. And when the pandemic started, they pivoted to this because it was obvious that like the change in behavior of the pandemic had created a bunch of new opportunities. You can also look for companies that have been successful recently and look for new variants on them. A good example of this is a company called Nuvo Cargo. Nuvo Cargo is a good example of explicitly sitting down to try to think about startup ideas and actually finding a good one, which is the thing that I told you is hard to do. Nuvo Cargo is basically Flexport for Latin America. They help US companies to import stuff from Mexico. And the story of Nuvo Cargo is that Deepak, the founder, was working on a different idea in YC, and he realized that his idea wasn't gonna work, and he went on like a systematic search for better ideas. And he picked Nuvo Cargo for very analytical reasons. He picked it because it was a large market, because there were good proxies from other companies, Flexport. And he picked it even though he didn't have deep domain expertise in the import-export space, because he had some connections that would enable him to get started, and he felt like he would just be very good at running this kind of operationally intensive business. And that worked really well. Nuva Cargo is doing super well. You can also go and talk to people and just ask them what problems they have. This can work. The downside with this recipe is it actually requires a lot of skill. If you want to do this, I would recommend first picking a fertile idea space and then going and talking to people within that idea space. And I would also recommend talking not just to potential customers, but also to founders of companies in that idea space to get advice about what ideas are actually worth pursuing. And a good example of doing this successfully is A2B. And A2B was in the position that a lot of founders that struggle to find good startup ideas are in, which is that the founders were pretty young and they hadn't acquired a lot of specific domain expertise like the Resi founders had yet. But they really wanted to do a startup, and they wanted to do a startup that had like a genuinely good idea. The way that they came up with the idea for A2B was very systematic, and so I'm going to walk you through how they did it and really break it down for you. So A2B makes fuel cards, and if you haven't heard of a fuel card, it's like a special kind of credit card for truck drivers. When the A2B founders got into YC, they pivoted, and they spent the whole YC batch looking for a new idea. And here's how they did it. First, they picked an idea space, and the idea space that they picked was essentially software for the trucking industry. And they picked this idea space despite not being experts at the trucking industry, because they felt that it just should be a fertile idea space to go hunting for startup ideas. So the trucking industry is this like big industry, hasn't been that disrupted by startups and software yet, so they just felt like there were probably some good problems to work on in the trucking industry. But the problem is they didn't know that much about the trucking industry, so they didn't know what those problems were. And so they decided that they would turn themselves into experts in the trucking industry. And what they did is they actually physically drove to truck stops, which are places where truck drivers are just kind of milling about, and they would just walk up to truck drivers and like start talking to them and ask them questions about what their problems were. They also talked to a lot of founders who had started companies in the trucking space to get ideas for what problems were actually worth working on. They would basically talk to like anyone who knew anything about trucking that was willing to talk to them. And as they did that, they began to put together like a mental map of the space and where the good ideas were, where the bad ideas were. And they actually went through a whole bunch of different potential ideas before eventually deciding to work on fuel cards. And I love the example of A2B because A2B is one of the best new ideas to come out of YC in several years. A2B is a phenomenal company. And the approach that they used to find this idea is something that really anyone could do. And most founders don't do this because it just sounds like too much work. So if you're willing to put in the work, this is an amazing way to find a startup idea. Okay, and my last recipe is to just like look for big industries that seem broken. Any big industry that seems broken is probably ripe for disruption. And finally, I've got kind of a bonus recipe, which is to just find a co-founder that already has an idea. There are actually like a lot of people just on Startup School co-founder matching right now that already have an idea and are looking for a co-founder. So if you don't have a co-founder and you don't have an idea, that could be a great hack to getting both at the same time. The last point that I want to leave you with is just to remember that it's often hard to tell if a startup idea is good or not. And so while I hope the concepts that I talked about here will help, typically the only way to know for sure if your startup idea is good is to just launch it and find out. So if after all this, you've got a startup idea and you're still kind of on the fence about whether it's actually a good idea or not, that is my advice for you. Just launch it and find out.
All right, today I'd like to talk to you about how to build an MVP, or a minimum viable product. So if you haven't seen this before, this is a meme that we love to talk about when trying to help founders with their MVP. It's called the Midwit meme. The person who is the Jedi, the super intelligent, the founder who's doing all the best things and knows all the best things, and the idiot, the first-time founder, the founder who has no idea what's going on. Many times, these two founders will actually come to the right decision before the founder who is really smart and is trying to work really hard and do everything right. And so, in this situation with the MVP, the best advice is to actually launch something quickly and iterate. Get a product into the hands of your customers and then learn whether it helps them or doesn't, and then iterate it, improve it over time. The wrong answer is to do 100 surveys and 600 user interviews and contact every single one of the competitors and spend, a year fundraising and hire 100 people and all these other things that you can distract yourself with, that it might appear like are the smart things, but in reality, they really don't highlight the most important point about an MVP, which is you'd only really start learning about your user when you put a product in front of them. That doesn't mean that the thing you build in MVP is going to work, right? It's probably not going to work. It's just the best way to start the conversation with the user and how you can solve their problems. So to summarize that point, the goal that you should have as an early stage founder is you should be getting a product out into the world quickly, minimum viable product. Second, you should be talking to some initial customers and trying to figure out what you can do to make that product useful for them. You should care about how to help them accomplish their goals. And you should try to figure out, how can I change, iterate my product so that it actually helps them accomplish those goals? And then rinse and repeat. Talk to more users, iterate your product, talk to more users, iterate your product. More often than not, after 3, 4, 5, 6 iterations, your MVP is going to be very different. You have learned so much, but by having that conversation with users and by letting them see your product evolve, you can actually make them more excited, more likely to use your product, more likely to pay for your product, and you can learn 10 times more than just talking to your co-founders or thinking about in your head. So the challenge today is that a lot of people are knocking MVPs. A lot of people are talking about minimum lovable products or minimum useful products. And honestly, a lot of founders actually just want to build, God level products, the Steve Jobs level, make the iPhone and change the world. There's this misconception that starting with something small that might not work very well is a bad idea. There are a lot of people who worry that if you start with something small and you give it to a customer and the customer doesn't like the product, you'll never be able to talk to them again. What I will tell you is this: in most cases, the people who are interested in talking to a startup are early adopters. They're used to using products that don't work very well. And the reason why they're talking to you is not because they think your product's going to work great. It's because they have a real problem and they're open to using new software. So you don't have to worry about losing these people. These are the kinds of people who try new products all the time. These are the kinds of people, if you tell them, hey, look, I can't promise it's going to work perfectly from day one, but if you keep working with me, we'll make it better, and I'll make sure it works for you over time. These are the kinds of people who respond to that pitch. It turns out the people who will run away after seeing your product break and never use you again, they're never going to try your product in the first place. They're not early adopters. They don't use new software. So you don't have to worry about losing those people because you never had them. You're not going to get them to get started. Now, one of the things we have to work on at YC a lot is fear. And this is the biggest fear that founders have. It's a non-specific fear of, oh my God, if I give people my product and they don't like it, boom, my company dies. And it's always like hilarious because when we think about this, it's like, well, your company doesn't actually die, right? Like it doesn't die tomorrow. It's not like game over. You haven't run out of money. All your co-founders are going to quit. Whenever we encounter these fear scenarios, we like to dig in and kind of ask like, well, what would actually happen? Like imagine the worst case scenario. You do talk to a customer. You do demo your product. It doesn't work. They don't want to use it. You wake up the next day Is anything that different? Can't you reach out to someone else? Can't you reach back out to that customer who you demo to a week later when you've made the product better? Is your startup actually dead? More often than not, when you have this fear, what you should be doing is kind of leaning into it and asking yourself, is this fear real? Is my company actually going to die if this scary thing happens? And it's not bad to feel the fear, but it is bad to act on it. It is bad to spend 1 year building your MVP because you're afraid the first customer might not like it. Now, there's another group of folks who thinks, I know what the perfect product is, and I know it's going to take a year to build. Why would I build shitty versions of it? I like to call these folks fake Steve Jobs. And it's really a massive misconception of what great product people do. A lot of people thought of Steve Jobs as the kind of person who could just imagine great products in his mind and then bring them out into the world. But what's funny is that most of the time when people think about the products that Steve Jobs is most known for, let's say the iPod, let's say the iPhone, people don't take enough time to look at all of the different iterations of those products over time. Often when someone tells me like, oh, well, you know, Steve Jobs released an amazing phone first time, I say, well, do you remember that the iPhone started without an app store? Do you remember you couldn't take video with the first iPhone? Do you remember that the first iPhone only had 2G and not 3G? So really, really, really bad internet. Like, most people don't remember that. Most people, the iPhone that they actually think of as an iPhone was like the third or fourth iteration of the iPhone. The first version of the iPod had like an actual physical scrolling device where like sand would get stuck into it and it would break all the time. Even the great Steve Jobs iterated his products over time. So if you find yourself being a fake Steve Jobs, thinking, I know exactly what the customer needs, I just need to raise $10 million, spend a year building it, and then launch it. Think again, right? Like, if Steve Jobs needed multiple tries to get his products right, maybe you need to as well. Next, let's look at some examples. And in all of these examples, you're going to see 3 pretty simple points. First, all of these products were fast to build. They can get out into the market quickly. Second, they all had very limited functionality. The third, and interestingly enough, all these products appealed to a small set of users. These founders realized that just making something that a small number of people love was far more important than making something that could address all the needs of all potential customers from day one. So here's what the first version of Airbnb looked like. And if you were a user when Airbnb first launched, here are some of the fun things that you didn't get to experience. There were no payments. If you found a place on Airbnb, you couldn't pay for it there. You had to arrange for payment some other way. There was no map view. So there was no way for you to actually see where the places were in the city. That's a pretty basic one. 3, even more funny, you had to stay on an airbed. Like, you couldn't rent out your whole house, you couldn't rent out a room in your house. Then 4th, the first version of Airbnb only worked for conferences. They would literally spin it up in a city when there was a conference. When the conference was over, they'd spin it down. That was Airbnb to start. That was the MVP. Here's a second example. This one's my company, Twitch. Twitch started as a site named Justin TV, where my co-founder Justin had a camera on his head to broadcast 24/7. In the first version of Twitch, there was only one page, the page that you're seeing here. There was only one streamer. His name is Justin. There's no video games, except for like we randomly would play video games sometimes, like Guitar Hero or something like that. And streaming was ridiculously expensive. We were paying a CDN, we hadn't built our video system yet. But this was the first version of our product. Now when you go to Twitch, it's completely different, but this is where it started. Finally, we have Stripe. This was the first version of Stripe. Back then, it didn't even have the name Stripe. It was called /dev/payments. Back then, they had no fancy bank deal. They were working with a tiny bank. There was literally no direct APIs with that bank for setting up accounts. So they'd have to call the bank and every night file manual paperwork for you to get your account set up. And there are almost no features in their API. The first version of Stripe was so basic that even us back in the day at Twitch couldn't use it because it didn't have enough features. But the folks who could use it were early stage YC startups who all they wanted to do was accept simple credit card payments from their customers. That's all Stripe did in the beginning, and that was more than enough to get started. So you might ask yourself, who are these people who actually want to use crappy MVPs. You're telling us that they're going to be built fast, they're going to probably not work that well, and we're going to have to iterate the hell out of them in order to actually make them good. Who are these early adopters who want to go through that experience? There's this fun analogy that I was told as an early stage founder. It was, you want to build your first version for customers who have their hair on fire. And I never quite understood what that meant. I mean, like, it makes sense, I guess, but I always found it more useful when I attached a story to it. So imagine that you are a person and your hair is on fire right now as you're watching this. Now imagine if I was sitting in the room next to you. What is the thing that you wish I could sell you to solve this problem? Your hair is currently on fire. Probably most of you will think some version of a bucket of water, a hose, some kind of water thing. Now that is a great product. That's like the iPhone today. That would solve your product immediately. I don't have that. I'm a founder. I've got an MVP. What I'm selling is a brick. Now, what would you do if I was selling you a brick? Now, some of you are like, well, I would leave the room. Like, I couldn't use a brick.
Hey boys, I'm gonna go. Maybe I'll come back later. But for now, I'm very sleepy. Gonna take a nap, take a shit, whatever. But yeah, stay hard. I believe this is going well too, to be honest. I think we're going the right direction. Yeah, I can feel something